goes at the decks, and to say the umpire verified, we can go on it. I saw that too, and the call as the coaches of the energy bench, the bench has spotted a beautiful and this is the top referee from where I say displeasure. Top referee, and in the game of volleyball, the captain alone is to speak to the ref. Except the captain could attract, which include and not limited to a yellow card being shown. That's a warning. And RTU also would like to see clarity as top referee says that they will look to rearrange themselves in the proper rotation. Again, it is very key for we watching at home to know that you need the fellow in front of you as listed on the lineup sheet for the set. Failure to do that attracts. All positions must be and the point rather goes to energy. Once again, and that very unsettling to your Rahina to goes to the second. And we continue. Covered by Jacqueline, Sharon, and Messiani. Sharon wonder, Messiani keeps coming to her for Samshia. She serves into the net. Viewers, note that as you have 8 seconds to do so, so you have to serve within the 8 seconds. Rahina too. Interesting. Needs to be a responsibility for what easier said than done. Nicely to end. Wow. And as she aims to come in this one. and there's a substitute. That's unfortunate for and RTU is looking to stage a comeback, but that was unfortunate. The ball went long. Need it. Serves. Wow, so that has been blocked, and Jacqueline. Beautiful tip, the roll shot. Fortunate for Energy team. And Fisa sees her aces, Jacqueline there, and she makes amends, and a chance ball nicely taken by Sodatu. That keeps Nefisa at the service line. The service forces an overpass and an intelligent play there by Ruthia. But coach of the Energy team, his ladies down, usually done in this game. Wow, and RTU have found their voices as Samsia came through with this set to level. And it looks like RTU have found their footing since 2016. Nicely recovered, then Sodatu Dag. Wow. Of the Energy team, and just show that it was a temporary setback, and wow, we call it a joust. The Energy team, Faustine, won that joust there. Faustine, so that to wow, Faustine finds the fingers of the block, and a timeout scored by Kipo. Very in this we continue, and Sodatu quick recoveries, and that was a dummy play by the RTU side, and Faustine for Raquel as what she sought to do now for a substitution as Jacqueline comes back onto the court, and Faustine block. Wow, nice play there by Shamsia, as she sees spaces in the blocks of the energy team. There we go again. A double touch infringement called against the setter of touch the ground, make every effort. Another positional foul called against NSU, and this brings us to the end of the second set, with the set score now is 1-1. What a match this is developing in. We have members of the Ghana Army team representing proudly. Even in Jama, there you saw there with some members of the All-Stars team of Benin dancing to the Jama. The games is not just for competition and for competitive edge, but also for unity and friendship, as Ghana seeks to bring together they are dancing as though they are able to sing and understand and even to comprehend. But that's the power of music again. And this is brought and made possible by the unity that binds us through the game of volleyball. The All-Stars team there are the men in blue waving their hands above, and the members of the Army team are closer to the wall. Yes, right on your screens there with we saw a rectification of lineup by the RTU team as they've been forced to make some early changes. And Rahina too comes through powerfully, but has been dug out. I want to remind you that this is the third set of a possible 5-set game between NSG Volleyball Club of Benin and Real Tamale United Volleyball Club of Ghana. NSG Volleyball Club won the first set, and RTU have come back to win the second set. Hence, this is the third set. That was unfortunate for Faustine. And quickly, her teammates gather around her to cheer her up. The game of volleyball is as psychological as it is physical. Once you lose your psychological edge, you might as well lose the game. Wow, Sharon has come to play, and she has proven unstoppable for her side and has registered herself as the most dependent player on her team. Beautiful recoveries there. Sharon. And gets a point again. Will Energy win the set? Or will RTU stage a comeback? To win the third set. Like Sharon, that time the ball did not cross. That attack ball by Samsia did not cross nor touch any blocker. Here we go. quickly, Coach Alhassan Kipo signals for a timeout. Can see the all-star side of Benin having to enjoy the Jama songs, and they are singing in tune as well. They know these tunes and sounds, as Ghana has adopted several languages. Definitely the Ewe language is a language common between both countries, and the Ewe songs also common in both countries, and they are enjoying themselves. Jacqueline recovered by Nefisa, and she brings her own attack on and gets one past the libero of the Benin side, much to the displeasure of the coach. I tell you what, these are young ladies, and they are putting up their very best of performance as they seek to develop into full-fledged dependable players for their individual teams. And Jacqueline, at the time, the ball did not cross over, to the displeasure of herself and her team. Jacqueline tries again, and this time by a miscommunication between Nefisa and Saudia, she gets the point. I can see a few Ghanaians singing the famous French tune we took to social media. Wow, an ace service there. And immediately Coach Kipo signals for the second and final timeout as Edith aces the passing core of the LTU team. And I can see CAVB I can see Regis, and I can also see a host of them enjoying themselves, including Jerome. Definitely volleyball unites and music unites as well. Volleyball knows no boundaries and barriers and countries. Similarly, music doesn't. Hence, the combination of the two is such a wonderful unifier. Jacqueline gets one past the block there, and the score line is 11-10. Yet another miscommunication. Refuse ourselves. Jacqueline powers through with a cross-court attack there. What we would usually call diagonal in Ghana. It's a well-executed float service. Wow! And once again, the woman on fire. The lady with the reliable palms, Sharon, fires up the ball through the block there. Very, very good float service by Jacqueline. It's a very tricky service as failure to recover, and once again a miscommunication at the net sees the setter of the Benin side in some pain as there might be a possible clash with either Sodatu or Rahina too at the net, and this is one of the occupational hazards of a volleyball player, and all youngsters watching, players, coaches, volleyball enthusiasts should be very careful at the net and their conduct thereof, as rather unintentional of you to recover a certain play and to make a play with your attempt to retrieve the ball, you might step on the feet or even more painfully the ankles of your opponent, and that alone is very painful. Hence, the middle line is the separator of jurisdiction on the volleyball court. Unfortunately, Jacqueline serves out of bounds. So they are to employ the element of surprise, but rather unfortunate for them. Ruhia surprised them. And Faustine goes to the service line. Ruhia again tips over on the second attempt, and wow! A powerful attack there by the ever dependable Sharon. She tries again but tips it over, and the free ball comes back to, and Edith at the time has been blocked out. Goes back to her, but Sharon has been blocked out cold. A timeout called by Coach Ojo of the Energy Volleyball Club side. Resumed there, but unfortunately there's a gift of a point through a service error by RTU, bringing us to the score 18-14. Blocked and recovered. She goes again. Wow, beautiful. She finds the fingers of the block there. Samsia. Rahina too. Wow, intelligently done by the middle blocker for Energy. Not all points are with power. Some are just beautiful tips and dings, looking for spaces within the bounds of your opponent's court or on the line, which is sometimes very, very tricky. Faridat hits out of bounds and RTU is staging a comeback even in this set. Jacqueline. She tips but has been blocked. Her disguise did not fool the blockers of RTU. Munira at the service line, and the referee has a decision. He says that the ball landed in the Energy Volleyball Club side. Therefore, a point to RTU, and she aces. Once again, highlighting the importance of the float service, as it's a very, very tricky service. There's a timeout scored there. With Energy Volleyball Club climbing to 20 points, and RTU have reduced the deficit to 1. Jacqueline goes for the power tip. Wow! Referee signals for an out ball, and there is an anonymous disagreement. From spectators in the auditorium. We are coming to you live from Boteman Sports Complex in Accra, Ghana. Jacqueline recovered. She goes again about the attempt by Nefisa. Did not yield as Energy inches towards the finish line of this set. Mind you, the first team to reach 25 points where their opponent has a deficit of 2 points or more will win the set. We are now level on points, but that is heartbreaking for Energy as RTU takes a point ahead of them. Scoreline now, RTU 22 and Energy 21, and she just gives the point back. I see a coach or a player in their rooms watching us live on GTV Sports Plus and is saying that, why didn't you just serve it to them? Nicely done by Sodatu. As I have mentioned earlier, You can employ all sorts and means of attack. Make sure it is legal, that the ball does not spend too much time on your hands. Too much time is as much as a second in a game of volleyball. We are level once again. And a positional foul signaled by second referee. Wow. These are tensious moments at this juncture in the third set. And the positional foul signaled against clarifications are being sought and rectifications are being made, and captain on court Rahina goes to see top referee James as we continue and wow. And beautifully done by Sharon. The most dependable hands for the energy team, bringing us to the end of the third set. We are back with the fourth set of this thrilling encounter. Set score so far is 2-1 in favor of Energy Volleyball Club from Benin, as RTU are down again in sets. Will Energy close this game in 3-1, or will RTU stage yet another comeback to win this fourth set? Stay tuned. Bringing you all the action in the CAVB Zone 3 Club Championship at the Boteman Sports Complex in Accra, Ghana. Intelligently done there by Edith. Wow. Efisa. 5-10 is the scoreline, and the timeout has been signaled quickly by Coach Kipper, although he's in the lead, to prevent further bleed of his lead. Once again, it looks like RTU are staging a comeback. Tillman Sports Complex. In not able to establish a 2-point clear difference to the set point. Should they win this point, they go ahead to win the set and level the game 2 sets apiece. What happens here? Wow! Once again, Sharon, unstoppable Sharon, cool, calm, and collected. That was a very big line gap there, and she found it. 27-27, and unfortunately, they've turned it around, and it's 28-27. And Jacqueline recovered. Unfortunately for Rahina too, his attack goes out of bounds, and this signals the end of the match, with the 4th set ending 29-27 in favor of the Energy Volleyball Club of Benin. Very, very interesting scenes there. Very interesting scenes from this match, and I'd like to ask of your view and possibly what happened.
For this, what I can say is that it's hard luck. It's hard luck. And most of my players, they are fasting. They are doing the fasting. So it's like, I've seen that now the energy has come down. That is why it has happened that way. But hard luck, we will prepare for the next match. Yes.
Right. Good, thank you very much. By what you are saying means that if they had more strength, they could have fought a good fight.
Yes, very well. Yes. Because let me say 5 of them, they are all fasting. The 5 of all, they are all on fasting. So because of the fasting, the time they need the energy is down. And you know, volleyball too is jump and land. You have to hold yourself up and come, up and down. So I think that is why this will not, if not this match, I know we would have won, but because of the energy level, that is why we lost the match.
Thank you very, very much, Coach Alassane Kipo. All the best in your next game. We also have the coach of the NSG Volleyball Club here with us. Tu parles anglais?
Je peux essayer, oui, essayer.
Well, moi, je parle un peu français. So
okay.
You speak English.
Okay, I can try, but if you think that you can talk French.
Very well. So, what do you think happened? How did you pull through this match?
This match is very difficult for us because we are coming to play our game. But our opposite, the second RTU, play the best volleyball, and we are in difficult to do our game because the match we win it, but I'm happy, only happy because at first time win first. After that, you can train on what is bad in the game.
Right. What strategy did you employ to be able to, win the game?
I tell my players, I tell them to be ready on the ground because if the game beginning, the attacker is far for that team, my players are sleeping on the table. I tell her to be ready because all we are doing we are doing on the ground. Yeah. We train like this on our country.
Right.
It's not we are obliged to do the same thing here when to play match.
Right. Congratulations, coach, on your win. All the best in your subsequent matches. So then another set of matches are about to go on, and we are here and you are watching us live on GTV Sports Plus. Stay tuned for the next match.
I'm coming to change the battery before they start. So I'll go off briefly. This referee. This referee. The referee. Hey.
What does he know? He's not good.
What does he not good?
Why?
You know, I've done this thing, and this calls us controversial. Look, I've covered volleyball for a long time. You don't see me well.
Oh, I'm also playing.
I've covered it before. I do not think sometimes some big I've been covering it with him for a long time.
Hello, you are all welcome to the Baltimore Sports Complex for the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship under the auspices of the Federation of International Volleyball, the Africa Volleyball Federation, the Ghana Volleyball Association, Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the National Sports Authority, the Ghana Olympic Committee. We are ably hosted by the CAVB Volleyball Club. This is the volleyball match between Vipers Volleyball Club of Nigeria against IS Sonabel of Burkina Faso. And an interesting match it will be, as we've seen in the warm-ups that there are a lot of potential. Strategies also matter in the game, and right on cue, the Vipers team up to involve their opposite attackers. And 1 point apiece as we begin the first set of a possible 5-set game. Wow, a monster block there. Rather served very cold. On Precious, and sometimes very discouraging for a player to be shut down that way, but you know that's why you have your entire team behind you. And that time Diane shuts down Precious. We go again, and Diane gets the line as the line referee signals for an in-ball. That's an unfortunate loss of a point for Precious there. She's playing as an opposite player for the Vipers Volleyball Club of Nigeria. That's a beautiful float service. And a little bit of confusion on the part of Esther Mba, but they have a chance ball now, and Esther, wow, tags the line beautifully. And this is developing into a I take one kind of a game, and right there, Aminata gets one past the middle block of the Vipers team there. I must say that the Vipers setter is very tall. She is taller and commanding even than her attackers. Wow, beautiful recovery by, that's a nice and intelligent play by Esther. By the time Precious recovered the ball very, very nicely. And we have their setter, Marvelous. Chilota at the service line, she serves for the float and it causes chaos. Nice recovery. And we go. That's a net violation called against the Burkinabe side as Neymar 2 hits and touches the net. She comes back stronger and gets a touch out. Is the setter for Nigeria, number 9 shirted lady, and Marvelous is the opposite player. For Nigeria, we have their captain Esther Mba, who is approaching the top referee at the moment to complain about the handling of the ball in some instances from the Burkinabe side. We have Esther and Precious playing as outside hitters for the Nigerian side. And we saw yet another Precious, number 4 shirted lady for the Vipers of Nigeria, come through on the middle attack there. And Esther at the service line. Not well handled by Naima to end. Wow, very, very good work done by Precious, the outside hitter. I may have to be interchangeably calling them Precious, the outside hitter, and Precious, the middle blocker. For the avoidance of doubt, they are both Precious. A very good joust at the net and won by the Nigerian side, a free ball. Precious, the middle blocker. I think this name is about to remain in this match as she has begun very early to wrap her points for her side. Esther is still at the service line. Pressures the outside hitter, finds some fingers and gets a point. And we go again, and Naima has been blocked, but it was recovered, and she goes again, and that time she gets a rather favorable block out. That Minata goes to the service line. She's quiet and nicely done, but that's unfortunate for Naimatu. And the middle blocker goes to the service line. Beautiful recovery. Pressures outside it are blocked. She recovers a block and she goes again and adjusts at the net. What a rally this is developing into. And Precious, the outside hitter, powers through there on the left side. And we go again. Scoreline now is 13-11 in favor of the Nigerian Vipers, or the Vipers of Nigeria. And wow, nicely done there by Marvelous, as her opposite positional player, who is the setter, that's Anne, sets her with a beautiful back set, and nice tip there, very, very wise tip by Diane, as she finds space through the block of the Vipers team. Well, there's a theory of some members of teams and their roles, mostly and usually, is of course the libero being shorter than everyone on the court, and the middle blockers being tallest on the court. I'm my 11-shirted lady of the Vipers team, Faustina. She is considerably tall, and her colleagues are Stasia. I have explained their role, and I will still explain their role as the best defensive players on court. Their responsibilities are mainly to pass and to defend. They are more like the hardest working players on court if it comes to defense. And right there you could see Anastasia coming back to retrieve that ball, and Nigerian Vipers side still maintain a lead. Sometimes, or should I human eye, and so we'll urge players and coaches to take it easy on the referees, as if the roles were changed, you will find yourself wanting. And so they are doing very well in their capacity as referees and linesmen. Hopefully in subsequent tournaments we will explore the use of the video review as is done in other jurisdictions and clubs. And bring much more technology to the African Volleyball and the CAVB Zone 3 Club Championship. Nicely done and beautifully recovered there. And Esther goes for power. It was blocked and recovered, and a free ball coming up. Esther goes for the tip. Beautiful play there. And that technique right there is what we call the pancake, where you lay your palms flat to the floor in an attempt to get your palms under the ball before gravity takes a toll on it. And that recovery is quite spectacular, and it demands training and skill. Again, the float service causes problems for IS Sonabel as the Nigerian Vipers team take a 3-point lead. The scoreline now is 18-15, and Coach Drissa Sanon and Coach Koulibaly signals for a timeout. The first timeout for IS Sonabel. We are live on GTV Sports Plus, and also live on GTV Sports Plus on Facebook and on YouTube. We are ably sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Gas, MTN, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Pella Mineral Water, Boss Energies, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. And at the time, Esther powers through. No wonder she's the captain of this Nigerian Vipers side. The combination of skill and power, and still being soft and sweet. Wow! An ace service there on the jump float. Viewers, I tell you, the jump float is such a powerful weapon, as the ball is hit through the middle with a flat palm and an extended elbow. When the jump float is mastered very well, there will be no spin on the ball, as Esther once again is asking questions of the IS Sonabel block, and they are not giving her answers, so she continues to pile up points for her side. That's a beautiful placement there by Diane. Easy does it. You see the encouragement from her teammates. As she goes to the service line. She also is a captain for the Beninois side, IS Sonabel. That is such a use of the fingers there. Very, very intelligent play by Esther. All these are weapons in the repertoire of an outside hitter. Very key to be mastered and done well. It saves your team from trouble and it helps you to be versatile in your attack. Makes it very dangerous for your opponents and the block to predict you. And Vipers of Nigeria have opened a 6-point lead now. The score is 16-22 or 22-16, I should say, as they seek to put to bed the first set. Rather unfortunate for Marvelous. She serves into the net and strategies upon strategies. Precious, the outside hitter, receives. Esther powers through the block and she's still showing why she's the captain of the side. She goes to the service line now. Wow. Still the float service causing a lot of stir in the receiving core of IS Sonabel. That is a nicely disguised service. And this brings us to the end of the first set with a scoreline 25-17 as the Nigerian Vipers takes the first set. What a set it has been. They are cool, calm and collected, and as you can see at the bench there, Esther and Precious and Marvelous and Anne together with the second Precious. You can choose to divide them into two. Precious the middle blocker and Precious the outside hitter. They are doing marvelous work for the Nigerian Vipers side. We are live on GTV Sports Plus and coming to you from Boteman Sports Complex. This is the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026. The match currently on your screens is between the Vipers Volleyball Club of Nigeria and IS Sonabel of Burkina Faso. So far, it's a set gone, and the Vipers of Nigeria are ahead by a set in this game. Will it remain this way? Well, we will see. We are back on court for the second set. Officials making sure the lineups are set, and they check for these, particularly because of positional and rotational fouls. So you cannot outsmart the officials and interchange your positions. And Anne goes for the float service and pressures the outside hitter. She's giving back the ball, and wow, that's an intelligent play there by Diane as she caught the Vipers sleeping. Neymatu goes for the float service. Once again, a lift called against Anne, as she's said to have caught the ball at a low point and lifted it. So there are still technicalities of how to handle the volleyball. If you so hold on to it for close to a second, you have problems with the referee's whistle. And so the most delicate of touches. And referee Joshua have made a double touch call on Marvelous, and she's not happy, as it will be said that she went for the block and hence it should count for 0, and then she touched the ball again, and that should be their first touch. But sure, there has been an understanding, but that seemed to have demoralized and caused confusion in the midst of the Vipers. Once again, they've been aced, and this is not what you would like to see. Rather unfortunate. Here we go as the ball schemes the net there, nicely recovered by Precious, the outside hitter, and Marvelous wins the joust at the net. It's not what you want to see on a volleyball court, as I can hear some coach in his room and on the training ground say, call for ball. It's easier said than done, as both are looking to have responsibility over the ball. Just a call to signal to your fellow teammates that I am in a better position to handle the ball more than you are will be enough. But nice recoveries there by Precious, the outside hitter, and Esther makes soft work of the block. As they continue to pile up points. Nicely done by Diane. Beautiful recoveries there by Mariam. And we go again. Marvelous. Hit the ball way above the block that time. Goes for the float service, it's overpassed and it's gifted back again. That was unfortunate for Diane. Marvelous, and the Vipers Volleyball Club are not in for play at all, as see a certain seriousness on their faces, looking to put this game to bed 3-0. Marvelous at the service line. That's an unfortunate out ball. This time Marvelous serves long and point to IS Sonabel. Wow. Esther goes for the poke. Unfortunate for Precious, the middle blocker. The ball. Referee Joshua has called the point to the Vipers side, much to the displeasure of IS Sonabel. And he reverses the call to IS Sonabel. In the second set of a possible 5-set game, IS Sonabel has 8 points and Vipers have 9 points. Diane goes for the long standing float. And once again, Esther makes soft work of the top block. And she's proving to be a tough customer for and once again she aces with her service. Wow, that's quite unfortunate for Diane, as her tip ball did not see the other side on the Nigerian court, and Esther goes in and you see her service routine. She bounces the ball 3 times, she spins it and she hops forward, and this time Precious, the outside hitter's ball, did not see past the net. Everyone should have a service routine, it's very important. Note that at the sound of the whistle and as the referee signals you to serve, you have up to 8 seconds to serve. So don't be in a hurry. Wow, nicely done by Precious, the middle blocker. So don't be in a hurry to serve, and don't be too late as well to serve. Must serve within the bounds of 8 seconds. And I've been privileged to see some very, very wild service routines. Some from international volleyball players, particularly the females, with elaborate service routines. I can speak of the former national team Brazilian player Tandara. I can also speak of Gabi of Brazil. I can speak of Paola Egunu of Italy. And even now, a certain on form and unstoppable Melissa Vargas of Turkey. IS Sonabel, I beg your pardon, called for a timeout as they trail by 6 points. The scoreline now is 16-10 in favor of Vipers Volleyball Club of Nigeria. Again, Marian's ball did not see. Wow, Precious the outside hitter powers through the block there. And a timeout signaled by the Vipers team, and scoreline now is 17-12 in favor of Vipers. And you may be in the lead, but you want to tone down a bit because the game of volleyball is a game of momentum, and we want to ride that momentum to your advantage as much as possible and make the most of your chances as they may begin to slim. And Marvelous. And it's a tip there by Precious. Esther recovers and goes to Marvelous, and she's recovered. A rally developing here. Wow. One-handed set through, goes through for the libero of IS Sonabel. A mega rally developing here. This is the longest it has been so far in this match. But unfortunately for Diane, she hits the ball out of bounds. This is a good rally here, and this is volleyball, where good attack meets good block and good defense, and it goes on and on and on. Once again, the float service causing problems for IS Sonabel. This is only the second set in a possible 5-set thriller, and obviously Vipers of Nigeria, Mary and Precious, the middle blocker. Esther tips it, but is recovered, and this will be an infringement against IS Sonabel, as they've touched the ball more than 3 times. And like we all know from our favorite volleyball teacher during our JHS or our junior high school days, 3 in court, that means that you touch the ball 3 times, and on the 3rd touch you hopefully send it with a powerful attack. It is always easier said than done. Right there you could see that Esther was going for a power tip, a 200 power tip, but she missed entirely. Wow, a very nice find for Precious, the middle blocker. Marvelous. Serves powerfully. Recovered nicely. Almost a second touch, but still recovered. Esther powers through once again. She, I dare say, is the powerhouse of the Vipers Volleyball Club of Nigeria. Recovered by Precious, the outside hitter, and Precious, the middle blocker. Incredible piece of volleyball play there. And Marvelous goes to the service line once again. And we have a situation on court as Adiaratu Traore is reporting that she's in some kind of discomfort, and a form of magic spray is being pumped to her affected leg. And I still see Coach Brisa letting out instructions to hopefully she's fine. And on your screens now are members of the Ghana Police Ladies who are next in line to play against Ghana Army. You will not miss this match for any reason, as I can tell you that it's going to be a tough match. 2 powerhouses of Ghana volleyball going head to head. And that is service there by Marvelous brings us to the end of the second set. And the Vipers Volleyball Club are in a comfortable lead with 2 sets. We continue the live broadcast of the CAVB Zone 3 Club Championship. And this match is between Vipers Volleyball Club of Nigeria and IS Sonabel of Burkina Faso. Yeah. Francis. 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 And there again, Vipers open up with a lead. And that's a very, very tricky service by Precious, the outside hitter. And Anne, wow, Precious, the middle blocker, plays high above the block there. And she has also been a very, very reliable attacking threat. A free ball, and Esther goes for the tip, but unfortunately did not touch anyone. The middle attack earlier was by the number 3 shirted lady of Nigerian Vipers called Joy. Her name is Joy. She's joyfully hitting the volleyball. Esther goes for a second try. She's defended and she goes for it again, and wonderful, wonderful play there by Esther Mba, the captain of the Viper side of Nigeria, and this is a lucky shot. And it's won by Naima too. And this brings us, as we warm up, towards one of the very highly anticipated match of the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, a match between Ghana Police Service and Ghana Army. Of course, we are here to bring it to you live on GTV Sports Plus. The overpass has been shut down by Precious, the middle blocker. Marvelous. And referee Joshua signals for a foul. And it seems as if some of his calls have come under intense criticisms from both coaches and players, and also spectators in the stands. And of course, if the call goes for you, it will be a pleasure. But if it goes against you, you begin to question the call. Definitely, as some time passed, my teammate asked me whether I were a pastor on the court. Volleyball, you make sure the point is going for you before you can say the truth. Actually, if you can lie to get your points, hurry up and get to 25 points. But that time, Diane hit out of bounds. Anne goes to the service line. She has been exceptional so far for the Vipers. And Joy shuts down the joy of Diane. Joy comes through again. We are about to see a substitution to be effected by IS Sonabel, and also on the court there is Anne, the setter for the Vipers Volleyball Club. She is in such pain, as you can see her grimacing there. She's up and thankful, and hopefully the magic spray works on the injury, and the substitution has been effected, and Adiaratu comes in for Naima, and second referee calls for an overreach, and players and coaching staff of the Vipers disagree, and so does referee Joshua. First referee Joshua also disagrees, and hence have signaled for a reservice. In volleyball, a reservice is signaled when the top referee gives thumbs up to both teams using both hands. So thumbs up, and then stretches the arm, and that's the signal for reserve in volleyball. That means that there will be no point added to any of the teams. Whoever served previously will be the same person to serve, and the time there. The game seemed to be getting out of hand for IS Sonabel. Only unfortunately, pressures the outside intercepts into the net. The net violation on Diane. And again, she is not happy, as you can see referee Joshua signaling and pointing out to one of the coaching staff of IS Sonabel, and giving him a yellow card, so to say, to caution him for his actions on the bench. As we gear up for the massive encounter between Ghana Police Service ladies team and the Ghana Estamba. Once again penetrates through the block there. Yet another substitution to be effected by IS Sonabel as Diane is to be replaced by Nefisatu. And you can see Coach Drisa speaking to her. Wow, that's an intelligently disguised attack. One you couldn't guess easily. Esther. Marvelous. Tips it for safety. And Joy shuts down the joy of Naimatu once again. As they ran to the finish line of this set as well. They lead by 3 points. 14-11 is the scoreline. Ann goes for the tip, and at the time the Fisatu could not recover. And Coach Driza signals for a timeout as he aims to coach the ladies a bit more. Will there be a comeback? Is it possible? Well, we are here to see. Marvelous goes for the long float service, and an overpass is put away by Joy. She and her colleagues are leaving no stone unturned. They are giving no quarter. Once again, the long and powerful flow service works. And the game is getting out of hand, unfortunately for IS Sonabel, much to the pleasure of the Vipers of Nigeria. And there's a temporary hold up as the two referees have a chit chat, and we are back. And Diane comes back into the court as she has had a temporary rest, and hopefully she's in with Sam Vim. Precious, the outside hitter. Wow. I tell you what, the Vipers of Nigeria are playing very, very well. Notable among them are Esther Mba, the captain, and also Precious, the outside hitter, and Precious, the middle blocker, right on cue there, and you can see her massive contributions. That was Joy, I beg your pardon, Joy. But let me hasten to also add that all these are made possible because of their indefatigable setter and the distribution she is putting on the ball is something to behold. Finding the weakest points and the weakest blockers in the defense of IS Sonabel, and then setting the balls to those attackers at those positions, and definitely her attackers are hungry for points, and they're killing every ball. Scoreline now is 21 for the Vipers and 13 for IS Sonabel. Wow. Esther at that time comes through for IS Sonabel. And it is obvious that the Nigerian side have proven too powerful for their Burkinabe counterparts. And well, wherever you are watching us on Facebook, you can leave your name and where you are watching us for a shout out. That's a block, a monster block there by Esther. And we duly acknowledge. Also know that GTV Sports Plus is the official media and broadcast partner for the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship. They are coming to you live from the Botiman Sports Complex in Accra, Ghana. We are heavily sponsored, and we are grateful to our sponsors for holding the fort in various places and for us to enjoy the game we so love. Our sponsors include, but not limited to, National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, MTN, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Pella Mineral Water, Boss Energy, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. There are other sponsors as well who are holding other equally important aspects of this game. The match on your screens now is between Vipers Volleyball Club of Nigeria and IS Sonabel of Burkina Faso. The Vipers are on a match point as they are leading by 2-0, and they are also leading in the game in this third set by 24-18. And definitely on a match point. Even still, their coaches have signaled for a timeout, as I have kept saying that there is no greater lead in volleyball, there is no comfortable lead in volleyball, as a little misunderstanding and loss of concentration from your team will result in you losing miserably, and all the gains you've made in racking up points will be lost, in addition to disappointment for your team. So as you lead, you want to step on the pedal, and right then and there they tried, but looks like IS Sonabel is staging a comeback. They've gained 2 points after the timeout. 18-24 is the scoreline, and Esther once again, she puts the game to bed as she powers through the. Esther Imba has arguably been the best player on court for the Nigerian Vipers side, and I dare say she will be the MVP for this match. Wonderful performance by the Vipers Volleyball Club as they edge past their Burkinabe counterparts 3-0. Well done to the team and the coaches, and congratulations to the Nigerian Vipers Club, Volleyball Club. So this brings us to the end of the match between the Nigerian Vipers side and the side from Burkina Faso, AS Sonabel. I'll be speaking to their captain very soon. Hello, hard luck to your team. How did you see the game? I mean, you just played.
French.
Moi, je parle un peu, but I can hardly speak. Okay, you sign and come back. So she'll be coming back. She will respond in French. For all viewers who don't understand French, please get your translators ready. Myself, I can speak a little, but we will manage it. Diane, good game. So, how did you see the game? You can respond in French.
J'ai trouvé que le jeu était pas ni difficile ni facile. On pouvait également prendre certains sets, mais on pouvait prendre certains sets et remonter le match, mais malheureusement, on a manqué un peu de tactique et c'est ce qui a causé notre défaite.
Thank you. What will you do in your next match to succeed?
Ok, nous allons retenir les erreurs que nous avons eu à faire ici, et retenir les leçons et revenir plus fort. Nous allons aller corriger les erreurs qu'on a eu à faire pendant ce match-là.
Thank you very much. All the best. So I'll be speaking also to the captain and coach of the Nigerian Vipers side, and we'll be having them, and they would also tell us their strategies of success. Coach, you're welcome. Congratulations. Esther, well done. So what did you do in this match? How did you conjure this win together?
First of all, we respected our opponents because every team here came to win. But at the same time, we worked on our system and also on our strengths. We are here to represent our club and Nigeria with pride.
Wonderful comment there. Like you've heard, anytime a Nigerian reaches somewhere, they want to represent themselves. Okay, we are here also for you. Esther, wonderful play. I dare say that you are the MVP of this game, easily. What did you do to your, I know some of the calls did not go your way. You were angry. I could see coach also on the sideline, questioning. What do you do in moments like that?
We try to remain calm. Our coaches tell us to stay calm and not be anxious. And I think that's what helped us to be coordinated, and that's what made us win.
Right. Well done, and congratulations on your game. Coach, what will you do in your next match?
Well, like I said, we would keep taking every match as a step. So we'll celebrate briefly and return back to work.
Wonderful there. Then I can see your aim is very high. Congratulations once again, and all the best in your subsequent games. That has been, I spoke to Esther Mba, the captain of the Nigerian Vipers side. She has done exceptionally well. I dare say she's the MVP of this very match. On the background now is the Ghana Army team and also the Ghana police team. We are in for a cracker. You would like to stick and stay. We'll be right back. welcome to the Boteman Sports Complex in Accra, Ghana. This is a match between Ghana Police Service and Ghana Army in the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship 2026. I tell you, this is a very, very tough match on our hands here. On the police team, starting 6. I'll be going through the lineups very soon. But if you can see on your screens, the Ghana police team are rocking the colors of the Ghana flag. The red, the yellow, the green, and the star, the black star. And the Ghana Army team are in their light blue and black, or should I say light blue and blue-black colors. This is the first set of a thrilling encounter, it promises, and at the sound of the whistle, here we go. You can make your predictions and bring all your and then the Ghana Police opens up with a point as there was a net infringement by the Army side. But Priscilla Odote is at the service line for Ghana Police. And the blocking combination of Sam Shiatu and Francisca have shut down the attack of Bedao Siddiq, and Boza goes to the service line. Watch out for this lady. An asset in the national team, Victoria Boza. And Bedao blocks the overpass. Boza goes again with her float service. Unfortunately, as she aimed to tag the line there, she served narrowly out of bounds. At the service line is Hannah. Hannah Asante. Number 7 shirted lady, Victoria Leby. Number 8 shirted lady is also in the lineup for the Ghana Police team. She's an outside hitter. And battle lines are drawn here. Wow! Beautiful, beautiful attack there. Coming in from Hakima with a southpaw spike down the line. I tell you what, the rivalry between Ghana Police and Ghana Army in all sports go way, way back. And a rally developing here. And nice recoveries, and that's unfortunate, very, very. She's playing in the opposite position for Ghana Police in this early going. Sam Shiatu blocked out. Massive, massive block. I tell you what, this rivalry has over the years produced the best of performances from both teams as they seek to edge past their compatriot, and Sam Shiatu goes again, but unfortunate net violation from the Army side. The scoreline is even, 5 points apiece. And very unfortunate for Francisca there. Her jump service goes out of bounds. In this early going, you would like to test out all your strategy. If you are the setter, you would like to set up all your attackers. Wow, Asana Majid, I tell you, watch out for this lady. She's fearless and she'll be putting up some numbers. If she plays well, Ghana Police will be in a very, very comfortable position. And Akima has been blocked out by the combination of Victoria Levy and Priscilla Obote. Shamsiatu goes for the jump float, and Boza goes to the middle end. There's a net violation there. By Aisha Musa. Also watch out for her, number 12 shirted lady of Ghana Army. Shamsiat continues with her service, and I told you, watch out for Aisha, don't sleep on her. She is a powerhouse in the middle of the Ghana Army team and also an asset in the national team. Hakima, jump float, comfortably received. Victoria Leby, nicely dug by, and the net violation on the police side. Incredible defensive play by Lydiana of the Ghana Army team, starting libero. Asana comes through, and if you like, we can start counting for Asana on the number of points you will make in this match. If you just joined us, we are live on GTV Sports Plus from the Boteman Sports Complex for the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship. This is a cracker between the Ghana Police Service and the Ghana Army ladies teams. This is just the first set and the early goings of the first set. You are in safe hands. You are in for a possible 5-set game. And Beatrice, the service line, serves long. That is very, very unfortunate. Once again, I would like to caution, or perhaps say from my experience in this game, that if you don't take chances and rack up points in the early goings of the set, you may end up lagging behind when the most important part of the set are up, particularly where you reach the 20s and the 21s and 22s. And coach Pius Ziga has signaled for a timeout for the Ghana Army ladies. And you can also see Coach Ernest Asante there, also instructing the And the scoreline is 12-9. Ghana Police lead by 3 points. The jump service of Victoria Levy causing a stir in the Ghana Army receiving corps. Nicely recovered by Asana. And Francisca tips over. Received. And a massive rally developing in the early going. Francisca powers through. Ghana Police Service have opened a 5-point lead. And Victoria Levy still goes for the jump service. Unfortunately for Aisha, her tip did not go into the direction of the volleyball court of the Ghana Police Service. As Victoria keeps on serving with the jump service causing a massive stir in the receiving corps of Ghana Army, and Asana goes with the one-handed tip. And the line woman signals for an out, but the supporters and enthusiasts of the Ghana Police Service says they saw an in-ball. A very, very intelligent play by Hannah Asante. Nicely disguised attack as she tips the ball into the court. We have Priscilla Obote on the service line. She goes for the float. Received, and Siddiq Bidal is finding space on the left side of the Army team. She's racking up points gradually. And Bozar serves, and Francisca powers through. Hannah goes to the service line, and I tell you what, we have a cracker on our hands indeed. And what a match this is developing into. An intelligent tip by Bidal Siddiq. And she's making the most of her options in attack. Not all attacks are to be powerful and then get your point in such a fashion where the ball speaks to the ground, but also you can dink it just like you saw Asana do there. You can tip it intelligently also. Francisca, nicely retrieved by Bidal. She goes for her own, and unfortunately Hannah could not reach that. And there is a 4-point gap now. Ghana Army on 13 points, Ghana Police on 17 points. And like I said earlier, you would want to take advantage of every loose ball and every gift your opponent gives you in the game. It helps you to reach the set point much quicker. You would also like to limit your mistakes, as that may come back to haunt you. So the unforced errors and the service errors must be limited. And Bedal Siddiq, so far she has proven to be a tough customer for the Ghana police side. And Juliana steps in front of Vic there. Blocked, retrieved, and Asana goes again and nicely retrieved. Wow. And Dorcas hits the ball way above the block there. And Ghana Army looking to level things and possibly take the lead in this set and win the set as well. Zainab Abdurrahman is the captain for the Ghana Army side. And she had a chat with the top referee there. And a free ball for Ghana Police. What will it be down to? Sam Siatu is blocked. Dorcas tips it, recovered. Good piece of volleyballing play and defensive work from Ghana Police. And the ball, Victoria tips it intelligently, and who gets the points for this rally? And again, Vidal Siddiq comes through the pipe. She is making the most of every loose ball and every chance. The stats are looking very good for her as an outside hitter. Victoria receives. Sam Siatu comes through the pipe there. Watch out for Sam Siatu. Very, very promising young lady. In the middle blockers role for Ghana Police. Goes for the float service. Not easily blocked. And Victoria. That was too sharp at the time. She hit out of bounds. Fans and enthusiasts of the Ghana Police Service putting on the jama on as they seek to encourage their ladies to a win. Asana at the service line goes for the flow service. Dorcas, and that was a double touch by Victoria there. There are all forms of ways of making a point in the game of volleyball. You can employ any. Just do it within the legal bounds of Victoria Leby. Blocked and recovered. Bedal tips. Goes back to Victoria. She tips And nicely done by Lydia. And unfortunately for Bidal, the ball lands in her half of the court. Ghana Police in a 4-point lead now. 21-17 is the scoreline. And Victoria goes for her favorite jump service. Bidal receives and attacks, and she gets the point pass. Francisca there. 18-21 is the scoreline. Wow, she's been blocked out. Zainab shuts down Francisca. (19-21) is the scoreline. I dare say once again that a lead in volleyball could be totally wiped out just by a good service run from your opponent and some defensive work there. And right there you can see from Bidal Siddiq employing the tip beyond the block ever so slightly. Scoreline now is 20-21. Can you remember that at a point Ghana Police led by 6 points? Again, confirming that you could be leading, but if you don't step your feet against the pedal and run away with your lead, you could be surprised. Is that the case for Ghana Police today? Well, and Victoria comes out and she is replaced by Gifty Nyako. This is a strategic substitution as Gifty will be handed the duties of passing and defense in place of Victoria, and that's unfortunate for Bidal. She hits into the net. She has been perfect so far. And Ghana Police once again opens a 2-point lead as Priscilla Obote goes to serve. Her float service has also been very effective. Right on cue, like I said, it puts Ghana Army in a frenzy and an out-of-system position. Lydia tips to the front court, and Bidal, fortunate for Shamsiatu, she could not reach. Scoreline is 22-21, and wow, nicely retrieved by Lydia. And we go again. Wow, nice defense there. Francisca is blocked out and the ball comes to Asana. She tips to the line. And Ghana Army is in shambles here as there was a miscommunication and a form of confusion between Dorcas and Zainab. And Coach Pius signals for a timeout, a second and final timeout in this set, as Ghana Police Service again opens a 2-point lead. Very, very tensious moment in these times of the set, as any mistake Any unforced error or service errors may come back to haunt you dearly. Hence, you are more careful in your approach in either attack or service or even defense of the ball. We are live on GTV Sports Plus. This is the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra, Ghana. The match between Ghana Police Service and Ghana Army. Juliana and the net infringement whistled against the Ghana Police team. 22-23 is the score line. Bidal goes to the service line. Ghana Police are in a very, very good rotation as they have 3 attackers in the front court, and unfortunately for Bidal, she brings Ghana Police to a set point, 24-22. And Dorcas way above the block there. She's asking questions of the Ghana Police block, and she's not finding answers, hence she will keep playing that way. Set point for Ghana Police. Scoreline 23-24 in favor of Ghana Police. Victoria. The ball continues. Sam Siatu. Oh, that's unfortunate for Zainab, as the ball was going long, but she fortunately touched it, and this brings us to the end of the first set. Ghana Police won the first set by 25-23. I promised you viewers that we have a cracker here. I can also foretell that throughout this match, both teams will aim to reach the 20 numbers, and we may have to extend the set even beyond 30. And you can see on your screens there, enthusiasts and players of the Ghana Police men's team cheering them up. I can see arguably one of the best outside hitters in Ghana, Richard Amano, seated there. I can also see Kingsley Siama edging the girls out with choices songs and clapping. Ghana Police unfortunately lost 3-0 when they came against the CAVB Volleyball Club yesterday in the opening ceremony. So they would like to make amends and take revenge on the Ghana Army team as they seek to qualify to the next stages of the competition. And on your screens there, you can see Coach Chapnor on his knees, letting out instructions and attacking strategies, looking to outwit the block of the Ghana Army side. That is Stephanie in your shot. She's dancing to the police jama. And that's Grace Kipper also in your shot there. If you can't make your way to the Boteman Sports Complex, we are here through to the 10th of March as we witness incredible games and top-notch volleyball in the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship. And more chance as Lydia also in your shot there, sitting quietly with one of the powerhouse of the CAVB volleyball ladies team, Huzaifa. We will soon commence the second set. I would like you to send your predictions. And on your screens now are some veteran players of the Ghana Police volleyball team. I can see Seydou Baba and also he has for sure paid his quota in the Black Spikers as a middle blocker and an outside hitter. I can see the man we famously call Bale also in your shot, and Aslan. Ghana volleyball has come a long way, and thanks to the CAVB Volleyball Club, Ghana is hosting the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship. Second set of a possible 5-set game. Is underway. And that was a crease in the block of Ghana police team. Bedao finds that crease. And unfortunately for Aisha, she serves out of bounds. That was very, very unfortunate for Victoria there as the ball went past her. I'd like to also use this opportunity to thank our sponsors. But first, let me thank GTV Sports Plus as they bring us live broadcast from the Boteman Sports Complex. The CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship. We are ably sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority. We are sponsored by Ghana Gas, MTN, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Perla Mineral Water, Boss Energy, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Boyle, and PPC at Paga, and right there was Aces Victoria. Her service comes with set venom, is not easily picked up, and that is one of the advantages of the float service. She goes for flow service again, but this time Juliana gets under the ball. Victoria, powerful cross-court hit there, and spike. Watch out for Victoria, one of the powerhouses of the Ghana police team. And unfortunately for Sam Shiatu, she serves into the net. All these in hope that does not come back to hand her and the Ghana police team in the later times of this match. Victoria receives the ball ever so highly, but Francisca Asana, I beg your pardon, goes to serve. Float service, powerful float service there. Beautifully done by Voza as she saved that ball. It nearly was an overpass, but that also was an intelligent follow-up by Zainab. Wow, that's a headshot. And miscommunication on the part of the Ghana police. Hits the head with that spike, but that's just one of the occupational hazards. So you like to learn, you prevent such unfortunate. Must have seen one of the strategies of Ghana police team to use mostly their outside hitters. It's 4. And I must also add that this is the second set. Ghana police took the equalize. Requesting some attention and to her quickly, and wonderful work in organizing this championship. It has brought together some 24 male teams across the Zone 3 jurisdiction of African volleyball, and some 12 female teams. Wonderful organization. There's a lot that has gone into this, and kudos to the organizers, the management of the CAVB Volleyball Club as well. We continue with the game. Nasana comes through on the opposite there. Told you to watch out for her as she can change the game very drastically. And rather unfortunate there for Akima. Her attack was not as effective as Asanes at the time. Goes out of bounds. And Priscilla will keep serving. Dorcas, that's unfortunate for Asana. She nearly That is rather unfortunate for Dorcas, as her intention did not materialize. And if you heard the shouts of the Ghana police supporters, they are contesting the set ball from Voza at the time, as in some jurisdictions it will be whistled for what we call a double touch. And there are many contentions, but the referees also thought otherwise. There are a lot of rules that guide our game and must be applied by the same. Unfortunately for Francisca, she serves out of bounds. And Boza goes to the service line. (14-8) is the scoreline, and Bedal makes it 15-8. Boza serves. Samsiatu goes for the 200 power. For you to understand, it is such that the libero, the lady in the different colored jersey, is not permitted to use the overhead set when she gets into the front court. And at the time, that was an infringement against Lydia. She can use the underarm to hoist the ball for her colleagues, but not the overhead. So the overhead set is where you set the ball just like the setter does, and it's expected of a setter, with your fingers and arms above your head, and then the underarm, or yes, like you see there, as received by Francisca, that is the underarm set. And Dorcas a powerful cross-court attack there, and a substitution for the Ghana police team as Francisca is replaced by Giftinyako. Bedao is still serving, and the Ghana Army team is running away with this second set. Asana has been blocked out by the combination of Dorcas and Zainab. Indeed, Coach Chapno and the team and the coach Elisha Iku has signaled for a timeout for the Ghana police team. There's a 10-point lead and a 10-point gap. The score is 19-10. Again, you will not like to be complacent. I have told you earlier that there is no comfortable lead in the game of volleyball. You are well advised to hurry up in your lead and win quickly the set. And referee signals for the continuation of the game, and Gifty gives an overpass, and it has been well received and sent back with interest by Hakima. And some more changes for Ghana Police. I've also seen that Florence Teria, a very promising youngster, is on court, and she has replaced Asana. Benedicta Ej has also replaced Priscilla Bute, and Patricia Hereford has replaced Victoria Levy. And this is a strategy coaches would usually adopt when they sense that they can do much about nothing in the set, and hence it is advisable and even prudent to rest your attackers. And Florence Teria there goes for the jump service, but that's a service error that the Ghana Army team will so much enjoy. And Hereford, she over the years has been an anchor for the Ghana Police team. She comes on court with massive wealth of experiences. Dorcas hits out of bounds as she was looking for the angle there. Patricia serves again. (12-21) is the scoreline, and Dorcas tips it, retrieved by Gifty, and there you have it. This is rather very delightful for the Ghana Police team, and Coach Pius calls for a timeout. And like we've said, Coach Ernest Asante is not happy, and you can see from his demeanor exactly as he explains away his frustration. As the lead is getting slimmer. On your screens is the owner of Ewak Wings, Edem. And he's watching keenly to identify some strategies he can use against these teams when his team play against them. That time, Dorcas intelligently dinks the ball over the block. There is always a statistic I would like to confirm whenever a team calls for a timeout. So far, it has worked very, very well. And wow, nice recoveries there by the Ghana Army team. And Gifty recovers once again and goes in for the attack, but unfortunately, the ball did not cross the net, which brings us to the restoration of the 10-point gap by Ghana Army. Patricia's ball did not find the angle, setting up Ghana Army on the set point. Both teams are not leaving anything to chance as rather unfortunately, and the game continues as some would say that Gifty's ball there was not supposed to be a block touch, but top referee called it for a block touch, and hence once you touch the ball in the action of a block, you can retrieve that same ball. You being the same player, it is very much allowed in the indoor game of volleyball. We have some officers of the Ghana Police Service watching keenly as well. We also have members of the Ghana Volleyball Association and the technical team also watching keenly. From where I sit, I also see the founder of the CAVB Volleyball Club, Honorable Bernard Mona, and Samuel Boateng is also here with us, watching keenly. Very instrumental part of the technical team at GTV Sports Plus. Today he's doing massive work. We also have in our presence the big man, Mr. Maxwell, one of the directors of GTV Sports Plus, and also Coach Edem on your screens, owner of Ewak Wings Volleyball Club and Ewak United as well. He's also responsible for the growing and training of some very good players today. We have members of the CAVB ladies team, and also some members of the Ghana Army, some officers of the Ghana Army, trying to instruct their ladies from the stands. And all smiles now as if equalized in set. We are one set apiece. It's game on. This is volleyball. And we are almost set for the third set of this thrilling encounter between Ghana Police Service and Ghana Army. I would like to make a correction that player number 32 of the Ghana Army team is yours truly, Beatrice, not Dorcas. Very, very unfortunate for Hannah. Francisca comes back with a bang as she's now well rested and ready for the third set. Hannah, the service line. They are leaving no stone unturned, and Voza, wow, intelligently done. Vidal. Thank you all online, all those watching and for correcting. Duly corrected, and unfortunately for Sam, she had to, very, very unfortunate for her as she miscalculated the spin on the ball. Asana powers through there fearlessly, and there is a substitution for Sam Shiatu as the technical team would like her to rest, and Graham Belinda has come in her stead. Francisca, that float service where Victoria dinks it, but recovered nicely by Voza, giving Beatrice a second chance. Beatrice and the ball to Victoria, and Victoria blocked and retrieved again, and Voza sends it to Beatrice, another retriever, and that's Anna. Wow, a net touch by the Ghana Army team sees that Victoria, I told you she's a powerhouse. I, for one, have known her for many, many years as we played together as teammates of Ikwafu Hall in the University of Ghana. And captain of the University of Ghana Volleyball Club in her final year. That's unfortunate for Francisca. And Asana is in some form of pain. The occupational hazards of a volleyball player are minute, but they come. Scoreline is leveled here in the third set, 5 points apiece. We continue. That was rather unfortunate for Vicky. There's the ball to Vosa to disrupt the attacking options of the Army team, but yet Asana block, retreat by that's an intelligent play there by Hannah. She disguised that touch so well. Linda Graham goes for the flow service, and there, showing you why the float service is such a powerful tool in the ladies game, also in the men's game as well. If you are complacent with that service, it may disgrace you entirely. Dorcas hits out of bounds. That is very unfortunate, as she could not find the fingers of the block. One of the many weapons of an outside hitter is to look for the fingers of the blocker closer to the antenna or the line. The antenna is the extension of the signal of an outside call. If you touch the antenna in any way, that is also an infringement against you. If your ball touches the antenna, it will be an infringement against you. And Ghana police have opened a slight lead, and Victoria nicely retrieved by Bedal. Beatrice retrieved by Victoria by an overpass, goes back to Beatrice and finds space in between the block there. Juliana. Victoria hits way above the block, and the Giles Akima there, Asana dinks it intelligently as Dorcas also pushes it over. A chance ball. Priscilla. Victoria finds the fingers of the block and in. Very, very beautiful piece of volleyball in play here between these two sides, Ghana Army and Ghana Police. And wow, nice play there from the Ghana Police team as the rally ends with a point. And strategies and mind games being employed here by Coach Chapno and the coaches of Ghana Police side as Hannah. She has so far been the best setter at this disguised attack, as you may think that the court is very small and hence you could cover the entire space, but I promise you there will still be space. There's so much work on the volleyball court such that it requires consistency in training and to be highly skilled in the game of volleyball. You would have this makes the block very, very alert as they have to account for you as the first attack, and nicely retrieved. And once again, and unfortunately, the gods of the timeout have responded to Ghana Army favorably. There is a staggering statistic that the team that signals for a timeout are more likely to win the oncoming set. The oncoming point, I beg your pardon, and at the time, Ghana Army got that point there. Anyway, anyhow, you would win the point. That is how it is. So whether it's a service out, service error, or forced errors like you just saw, Victoria goes for the jump service and it disrupts the plans of the Ghana Army team. A free ball to Ghana Police, and Francisca has been tagged. That's unfortunate for Beatrice. And Ghana Police is running away with this one. As they've opened the 5-point lead, Victoria Levy. She scoops that time. Beautifully defended by monster block there. By Bedal Siddiq. Obviously, she has proven a very, very tough customer for the Ghana Police side, and arguably the best player on court for Ghana Army currently. Francisca, 5-point lead restored. I tell you what, the liberals of both teams are doing very, very well, and there was almost a confusion there, and Francisca is hitting from the right side now, and Boza, and she's come back to the left side, dinks one, recovered by Aisha. Beatrice, nicely retrieved by Victoria, and wow, Beautiful game of volleyball play there. We're still in the rally, and the referee has signaled. Was in some kind of discomfort as she lost her footing, and then definitely this is necessary, and that signals for the reserve there as he extends thumbs up to both sides of the court, and Giftinyako comes for Victoria Leby in the substitution. Another tactical substitution by the Ghana police team as they intend to rest her so that she could be a well-rested asset when she comes to the front court. Ghana Police Service. Opening a 6-point lead. 10-16 is the scoreline, or 16-10, I beg your pardon. Once again, the flow service has caused a disruption, and they've been blocked out. Boza, I beg your pardon, blocks Francisca at that time. You can see Coach Pius. Pass by Gifty Nyako and Coach Chapno signals for a timeout to disrupt the momentum of the Ghana Army team. Again, timeout calls are technical calls, as I've already explained. I don't know who came up with that study, but it seems to be working almost 95%, 98% of the time. I've just few moments where it has not worked, and Sam Siatu comes in for Belinda Graham, who has contributed. Resume as Boza serves. Retrieved. Francisca blocked out. And Gifty sends it back. And wow. Nicely done there. Beautiful, beautiful game of volleyball there. But Francisca at that time. So this is among one of the very few times that the timeout goals have not worked. As Boza continues to serve, and her float service is very effective. Asana unfortunately hit into the net. Been mopped up to just a point. What a game we have on our hands, and Francisca dinks it and gets the point, as the Ghana Army block knew that the ball will certainly come to Francisca on the left side. And Hannah goes to the service line. This brings us to the point where Ghana Police have 3 attackers at the front court, and right there you can see their effectiveness on the block. And Francisca hits out of bounds. A lead back to 1 point. Francisca once again, and retrieved by Aisha Gifty. That's unfortunate for the Ghana Police side, as a slight miscommunication has meant that we are back on level pegging. 17-17. Very, very tensious moments. Nicely done. Juliana there, she arguably the best libero in the game, and Beatrice retrieved. Asana has been blocked out. Ghana Army now open a 2-point lead, and Coach Chapnor signals for a timeout. What a game and what a comeback this set has been for the Ghana Army team. There's so much psychology going on here, and mind games and strategies employed. But what a comeback for Ghana Army. (1917). And that time, the boss of the timeout answers favorably to Ghana Police. It's a reversal of the substitution, and Victoria is back on front in the front court. Francisca targets Aisha there, nicely retrieves. Ball comes to Victoria, she dinks one above the block there. Dorcas nicely, Beatrice, I beg your pardon, nicely retrieved again, and we are in for a long rally. Here we go, and Asana saves it, retrieved by Aisha. Rally is still ongoing, and that's unfortunate for Ghana Army. Now the score is level once again, 0-0. 19-19 is the score line, but once again Akima. Gets a point for Ghana Army, and service comes in nicely received, and Victoria. Wow. And Akima, in the latter part of this set, is coming very strongly for Ghana Army, and you can see Victoria and Shamshiatu. Very important is that first aid must be administered on court to curb an escalation of the injury if there's any. The potentially injured player has some minutes granted onto him or her after which a decision is taken, and you can see supporters of the Ghana police team right behind their bench urging them on. And by those substitutions just made, where Sam Shiatu comes out and Belinda Graham has to come in again for the rest of the set. And you can see there's a signaling that it should be a different player as she was injured and not a conventional substitution. So these are some more intricate rules of the game, and the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship want to uphold the highest of the rules of volleyball, making it as fair as possible. And senior referees and officials, technical directors are here, and they are administering and applying the rules. That's unfortunate for Ghana Army. And wow, Beatrice has come alive in the latter part of this set. 22-20 is the scoreline. And we go again, and Hannah nicely retrieved by Juliana there, and what will it be? Retrieved again. Who gets this point? That is unfortunate for Aisha. 22-21 is the scoreline. Asana says powerfully, and this puts Ghana in an out of system, and Victoria dinks one behind the block there, and Beatrice has proven a very, very tough customer for Ghana Police, and 2-point lead restored, 23-21. Wow, beautiful chase down by Juliana. That's unfortunate for Juliana there, as the block ball had a wicked spin. This sets up Ghana Army the set point. 24-21. And what a game this will be. And Ghana Army takes the third set. I told you I aim for such a cracker. Wonderful, wonderful comeback by 25-22. I tell you what, the game is a game of stamina, it's a game of chances. It's a game of and it's a game of momentum. And we are back for the fourth set. A rather very disappointing third set performance for Ghana Police, and I know they want to make amends and also stage a comeback to equalize in sets. I told you this will be a tough game. And second referee confirming the lineups. Aisha. And we are back with massive rallies. And this is what we love about our game. That call goes against Ghana Police, as I have explained earlier. As the libero, you are not supposed to, at any point in time, use the overhead technique to push the ball over the net. Of course, you can't do that, but except, of course, you are setting that ball to a player at the backcourt. And that time, the Juliana is not too happy. With the referee's interpretation, as I'm sure most of us would think that that's the last person to touch and translate the police block, so the police's last ball, so it should have stood, but well. Francisca and Ghana Police. Nicely retrieved, and that was too strong at that time. Victoria blocked. She goes again. Victoria goes for the cross-court attack, and unfortunately for Beatrice and the Ghana Army team, she could not retrieve the ball. The score is 3 points apiece. Nicely retrieved, and Victoria tips it beyond the block, and Akima, Victoria, beautiful piece of volleyball play there. She found the space and tips it down the line. Belinda Graham resumes service, and right on cue is the most dependable player for the Army team, Bedal Siddiq. Victoria hangs the ball high, goes in for the power, and the block favors her as the ball goes out of bounds. Beatrice blocked and recovered. Hakima on the attack caused the police block to infringe on the net. On comes Dorcas Gansa, whose name I substituted for Beatrice. She has come to replace Akima in the opposite row of the Ghana Army team. Watch out for her, another powerhouse. And massive reactions and nice recoveries from Ghana Army. And we continue to recover And Victoria, wow, nice score there. She keeps getting the favors of block out. Goes for a jump service and once again puts Ghana Army in an out of system, and that was a very, very beautiful long angle drive by Beatrice.
This one they kill. If they no kill, I like to go kill people. If you kick my aim, jump, or then you know say it. So take action. You know how to use power. I have to put the delay for speed.
And Sam Shiatu at the service line goes for the float and puts Ghana Army in a frenzy, and wow, Lydia did not anticipate and so positioned herself very well, and much to the displeasure of the spectators in the complex here at Botiman. This is the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, and thanks to GTV Sports Plus, the official media and broadcast partner. We are live from the Botiman Sports Complex, Accra, Ghana. This match is against, or I should say, is between Ghana Police Service and Ghana Army. The set score is 2-1 in favor of Ghana Army, and Ghana Police is looking to make restitution for that loss third set as the rally keeps on going on, and what a play there by Juliana. Yes, Juliana once again, and she's arguably the best libero in the country, hands down. And she's showing us why that is so. The deficit now reduced to just 1 point as Beatrice goes to serve. She serves long. All these are, I usually call them 3 points. And hopefully it doesn't come back to haunt you. The most reliable attacker on the Ghana Army side in this match. Hands down. Aisha goes to serve. She has such a wicked float service. And net violation called against Ghana Army.
Mobile. Let down some.
Good evening and welcome to the Brennan Hall of the National Lottery Authority. It's the second day of the Heritage Month. Ankasa, Kakakra na Ghana, 69 years, Kanaka Krebi, to the metro on a bonka say you eat Ghana, feel Ghana, you wear Ghana. Just say, Bibia and it's been promoted your mind. All right. And Russell, see the live draw of the Monday special na Occupational World Training the association what timidie di Ghana birthday na nkasa no e waso e fe brother na twon work dia wo hia me baby a wo betimi afreme na na k say ne munim na all our games are rated 18 years and above e kire say wonya 18 years asana wotimi atwa leto ni before Monday to Sunday ni nyina no wotimi atwa wonya 18 years e kodia. So, what baby afa. All right. See, as I ever to us, no. Me try mo kakra koton ade abala me ba. Ya de ba shisha so.
Madam Bomina me mame. Ken. Wow. Ah. Na we try the papers wa mame.
Ala onye loto stick ana.
Me pay na le POS machine.
Then penom tum de wo mining puntu.
Hello. Baby, tonight dinner at 7. Bye.
Once again, the Dow continues to wow the fans here with a spectacular performance. We are level once again. continue, and Beatrice nicely retrieved, and Victoria. Wow. Unfortunate for Francisca there. And that's an in ball. And wonderful service by the woman in form and arguably the MVP for the match thus far for me, Siddiq Bidal. And Juliana steps in. Asana goes for the power tip, 200 power tip, and it works. Now Ghana Police are trailing by a point. Asana, the service line, she also has very good flow service. And you can see there and what problems it has caused. And Dorcas, Victoria tips, and Aisha retrieves. And a net infringement brings us back. Once again, a nice service. And the rally develops again. That time, Beatrice gets one pass, the middle of the block there. And we are at a temporary hold up as the referees are looking to solve. All right, we are back, and Juliana steps in once again. And Hannah, as she has overly used that asset of hers, she has been picked off. And Beatrice winds up, gets the favorable hands of the block. Victoria intelligently tips one past the sides of the block, and a substitution coming up for
Are you okay?
Ghana Police Service, as Sam Siatu has been substituted by Priscilla Bote. And Victoria has the confidence and goes in for the jump service.
Hi. Are you okay? Jules Conde, Hollywood wife from Barcelona's best move. Going home pressure for. Okay.
Nicely recovered by Lydia.